Good evening, everybody. Hello, welcome. I have a coffee cup. I'm in the main menu at the moment. Can you see the main menu? Yes, you can. Now, part of the reason I'm in this main menu is there is an item on this screen that is not available in the game, but it's kind of hidden behind the patch notes here. But if I look over there, you can see there is a building part which is a glass finished window. I think you can see that? Yeah, you can see that in the view. It's next to a part that is in the game, which is a part that's like 8 meters tall, but there's no such thing as the glass window that is 8 meters tall. That bit does not exist in the game. So that, I think, might be one of the new items we're getting in 1.2, and it's been there for quite a while. It's the angle of the window that's the problem. It's not... Yeah, the angled part there, it's not a standard square one, it's a double height one, which that part does not exist in the game. Yeah, not the grid one, but the diagonal one above it does not exist in the game. Also, now that I look at it, are those pillars around the orange part over there, they look kind of concave, and that doesn't look like any part in the game yet either. So not the vertical ones, but the grey bars that are around it. They look different, and I can't recognise any part in the game that might be. So, I mean, I could be barking up the wrong tree, but I think both of those parts don't exist in the game currently, or at least not as a part that you can get and build. It is a nice window. I would love to have glass windows that are that angled. You know, I would use them in my current build if I had them, but I don't. So I think those might be coming in 1.2. So I do think we're going to get some more buildable items in 1.2. So good evening, Russ. Good evening, Azurin. How are we this evening? Yeah, it's been a bit of a mess day today. Well, those aren't hexagons, but there are hexagon windows. They got added in 1.2, and I do use those. They're great. Yeah, I didn't sleep last night, so it's been a bit of a sleepy day today, and this is probably going to be a bit of a sleepy stream as well. And we're just going to continue on with working on the architecture that we were last night. So, no, I'm kind of itching to get into a factory build, but I did set myself a goal of finishing a factory before I start the next one, and there is still some more work before I can at least say that the tech one is close enough. Stabilization is turned on, but I tend to shake my head around a lot when I start. Russ, how did your D&D session go? Was it good? Did you have enough prepped in time to keep your party busy? You can't jetpack while that build menu's open, so it can be a little dicey coming out of it if you're flying through the air. Did rocks fall and they all got squashed? Yes. We need to know. Wow, past Russ is a legend. Uh-oh, I'm seeing some shadow issues there. If that persists, I might need to restart the game. I get this every now and again and I don't know what causes it. I need to reset. There we go. Yeah, we're travelling once more to the Titan Forest, where we've been spending an awful lot of time lately working on our crystal computer factory. It's a pleasant surprise. Good old past Russ. Watch out, Bean. So we're coming through the beautiful but deadly Titan Forest with the massive trees. And the population of nuclear hogs and poison stingers, amongst other things. Have stopped your harpies? Gotta give them a chance occasionally, make them feel like they're being productive. And here we have our new train station, now with even more architecture. Actually, now I remember there is some shadow issues with the screen inside the train, so maybe the lighting problem I saw was only a train problem. Okay, so we were kind of doing broad strokes of architecture. There's still a lot we could add detail-wise to this. Like, this is a large slab of plain white. We really need something to break it up. I might come back to this station later on. Storm's encounter from Dragon of Icespire Peak. Let me just recenter my view. That's better. I don't have to quite turn so much to find my chat window. So last night we were kind of working on this, and we were also working on this area, which is the main computer factory part. This is a bit of an open plan factory at the moment. I am tempted to put some walls or windows up the back, especially around these parts here. I mean, this is a computer factory, so having it open to the elements completely is probably not a great idea. Yeah, it is too clean for a train station. I mean, even this is too clean. But I need to figure out what to actually slap onto it to kind of break it up a bit. Well, usually you add beams and pillars and other things like that, so, or signs even. So something like this. There are decals, but you can't put the decals on the side of things. They're only for on top. I don't think the decals can be applied to, like, that kind of roof. They can to this floor. I don't think they work on diagonals. That would involve me changing my color as well, because my color is currently white on white. Maybe I should make it different. Maybe this should have a secondary color of... Well, look, okay, you can put decals on the diagonals. Not that I think a storage box should be what will go on here. But that is a possibility, because we could do... I mean, hang on. All right, I have to pause that one. That's just a dotted line along the edge. That's a bit meh. So these are road type ones, which could put something like this. Well, that's interesting how the center of it is grey. But the problem is you can put that up the diagonal, but you can't put it down the side. So you'd still need to do something different here. Kind of makes it a bit less useful. That's actually quite nice there, though, like that. I wish I could do it down the side. But alas, they are only for top services. But you can do some things, like we could grab a beam. And we could do, if you like the double line, oops. Let me grab some paints over here. You could make it lightning red, or you could just make it black. No, this just adds a bit of texture and pop to it. And you could do a similar thing along the top here where you could run this up here. And like that. It's not going to let me put it to the right place. I wonder if I do a beam along the top here first. It's kind of like racing stripes for a computer factory. Problem is you get this little gap here, and there is a way to fix it. And all I remember is it was fiddly and involved frames, and that's all I remember. Vermilion plain air painting. Yeah, to get them lined. I'm trying to remember how you do it. I think you need. There's something for in using this. That's all I remember. That and half nudging. Stop the commentary. And then you half nudge this down. Ah! That worked. Wow, I did remember the technique. It's too low here though, so we need it to come up higher in this point. Let's give it another go on this side. Okay, so not there. Let me just stick one of those down there so I've got a spare. So you snap this to the top of the beam, you half meter nudge it to the side, then you grab your beam here and you attach that to the middle of the pillar and drag this off at your angle. If I do a freeform, the problem is when I nudge it, it's going to be out of line with that, so diagonal probably is better. Oh, I didn't nudge it. You got to do a half nudge after that. And this is the thing. This is very fiddly just to get a perfect corner on your beam. So I think I was looking at about that point. And then you half nudge it down. It's fairly low down. I wonder if you can then take that point and then redo it higher. It kind of is low down anyway. And you can continue that on, snapping it to the edge here. Kind of don't want it to go all the way over though. That's too far. Hang on, can I nudge it? Yeah, No Man's Sky has a lot of decorative parts, whereas this game doesn't have decorative parts as such because it is first and foremost a factory game, whereas No Man's Sky, your base building is more about your decoration. So there are definitely more decorative options in No Man's Sky. So half nudge, build from there, build across this way. And then half nudge down. And you have a perfect corner. Now the problem is this is a heck of a lot of work just to get. And why is that not snapping to the end properly? It's a lot of work just to get a flush beam that no one's ever going to see. No, don't go over the edge. I mean, it does look good. It certainly helps break it up a bit. I mean, that only took 5 minutes. I could do it 2 more times on the sides. You know what? I think I'm going to obliterate these mushrooms. I was going to let them live and make a little mushroom garden, but they're too low down. Come on, target it. Thank you. Making sure the trees I want to keep hang around. Not the shrooms. There's lots of shrooms around here. We'll cut them down later though. Yeah, this game doesn't give you decorative parts, but it gives you a lot of control and options to be able to make decorations. It's a bit fiddly, but it still has a lot of potential that you can do with it. Do 2 at once. Hang on. Oh, why is there nothing on that conveyor belt? It's circuit there are actually third-party mods that do have some decorative parts. And there's also some blueprints where people make the most incredible things out of things like signs and beams. That it's like, how did they do that? I think it was that point there. So there are certainly, if you have the time, you can design them yourself. And there are people who have spent that time that then have blueprint packs that you can then download and use in your own playthroughs. Like like I've seen fully furnished kitchens with kitchenware and tables and chairs and cupboards and everything, and it's just made out of signs mostly. Okay, this one is just a continuing, it's not a half nudge. Although if I recall, I came out the top and then half nudged it back. Nope, too far. There we go. Depends on your computer. And there's a lighting mode, global illumination or lumen, that is a big performance hit, and some of the builds require that or look best with that, and you see a lot of really pretty screenshots that use lumen. I have that off in VR because it really hits performance at the moment. Signs, if you have too many signs, it certainly can cause performance problems. But the thing is, if you're just doing like a house with some furniture, you know, it's probably not going to break the performance bank. And I know I'm kind of petering out at the back end here, but I'm going to leave that. I'll come back later and do that detail. This is more the front visage and how it looks. That breaks it up a bit. I was going to dive in and work on the crystal oscillator architecture. Yeah, I mean, people go ballistic with signs in Satisfactory for other things. So if you were just doing like an office with some desks and some cabinets and things like that, the amount of signs you would use in that would be pretty small compared to how ridiculous some people go with like train networks spanning across the countryside with glowing underglow and detail along every inch of the rail along the way and things like that. Satisfactory on the whole, though, is very well optimized given how big a build can get. And that's just from factories, but performance is still very good. I played a little bit of Minecraft. I never really got into it. I think I was put off by trying to memorize all the recipes to make every single item and having to handcraft everything. Plus, the visual aesthetic didn't super appeal to me. Okay, this technique isn't too hard once you get into the swing of it. But I'm doing very basic things here. But that is actually pretty cool. Just have a smooth edge to it there like that. I might remove this racing stripe up the middle, although it's not too bad. Decals. But you are right. I keep forgetting about these and never use them. So it is something I do need to use more, is to use these in factory decoration. It was just a straight path, wasn't it? We could do them along the top here. And we could do this at the front of the train as well, I think. We'd give a bit more texture to the front of the train line. I need to copy those beams. Missed. That moved. I'm going to put it there just because I otherwise have to go copy the color again. So what we're doing is we are snapping this to the top, so snapping this pillar on top of the beam, but then we are half nudging it away. Then the next beam we are attaching to the middle point of that pillar. If we actually aim to the right. So when we do this, it looks wrong. But when we come out the other side, let me just line this up here. Lock that in place, and now we half nudge it down. What we get is we get a perfect join on the edge of the beam. You just need to take into consideration that half nudge height difference, because if I did it like at that point and I half nudged it down, it'd be inside. So that's why I've come back a bit here where it's higher up. So when I half nudge down, it's still sitting on top like that. Actually, I should have kept one of those. So I just need a little bit more range on the top here, unless I do a beam across. Yeah, the problem here is if you start from here and go out, you won't go straight. So the way to continue a beam in a straight line is you actually need a pillar. I might actually nudge this back here. Now if you attach this to the pillar, actually I'll do it from there. So what I can do is I can do it out to there and then just nudge it down into place. Just a tiny 1 meter extension that no one will ever see. I mean, this diagonal was put in to cover the tree. I'm tempted to put one in on the other side, though. I hear the lasagna timer. It was only 2. Zero, are you there? Yeah, that's why the stream started late, is I was busy assembling a lasagna. But now the rest of the team is supposed to be actually turning it on and cooking it in time. The dog 113456 didn't know you could play this in VR. You certainly can play it in VR, and it is a lot of fun. It is a mod, so the game itself doesn't have VR support, so you do need to install a mod as well as an extra utility called UVR. But combined together, it gives you a full VR experience. Tempted to run that square. Along there, there's like a rectangular support. Minus the spooters, VR spooters. I mean, the stingers are pretty terrifying no matter which way you're playing. They can be particularly terrifying in VR, especially when you're not expecting them. Like the biggest jump scare I had was when I was escorting some doggos peacefully along, just as the sun went down. And a stinger spawned right on top of us, or right nearby us anyway, and then all of a sudden we were being leapt on. Which was not the most peaceful trip through the woods with the doggos as what I was hoping for. Exactly. Here in Australia, we go crikey and give it a strangle and move on. I want to upset the local ecosystem too much. Get up the top before the autosave kicks in. This is made particularly hard because of the elevation here. Because I need to get under this, and then I need some precision to actually get that snapped to the pillar and not the beam. And then I need to come at the top, all the way over here, in order to get this position exactly right, so I can then nudge it into place. Yes, I am from Western Australia. Yep. I assume you mean Western Australia by WA, because I'm not from Washington. Battling ants, keep going to buy ant poison to murder them, but every time the package is how many thousands of ants it'll kill and I feel bad. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we recognise the good spiders from the not so good spiders. You know, we have lots of friendly ones here that we keep alive. But if there's a redback or a whitetail around, yeah, we step on those pretty quickly. We keep the daddy longlegs around so that they can eat the redbacks. Okay, there we go. We've got some racing stripes on our computer factory to break it up a little bit. Wondering if I should put something along here. Maybe signs, but I don't want to make a crosshatch pattern of everything, so I don't want to necessarily, unless I put like little black lines in the middle here. Yeah, it's little ones. That might work. But I'm going to leave it for now. That's at least broken up the lines a bit, so it's at least not all flat white. Got some spider. They keep breaking into your chocolate. No, not ants in the chocolates. Okay. Actually, before I go over to the crystal oscillators, we kind of need a way to get in and out of this office space, and we need to interface this with the train line. So this line here is lined up with the squares, so we need some kind of doorway or ramp here, I think. And I'm wondering if I can have like a ramp down with a doorway sort of set below, kind of. And that's a bit of a chonker at the bottom, so maybe I won't use that one, but I'll just use the ramp. Now this, I should be able to nudge back to there so that it's still follows the pattern. Ooh, that line is not quite lined up. That doesn't look great. I wonder if I can go one more. Yeah, not perfect, but it sort of continues the beam there now. Take that like that, bit of a fancy door. Fancy's pets. Yeah, there's tiny boring ants and then there's cool ants. Then again, I'm not the ant whisperer. Zurin is very much the ant whisperer versus me. Bit of a steep ramp, but impressively, we haven't actually conflicted with any of the logistics, which is a bonus. This, if I snap it on the bottom here, I don't actually know if that is lined up with this, so it would be better to nudge any pillars from this as a reference point up here. Ants Canada. Oh, Ants Canada. That's a name I know. Okay, so I can actually put that window back there because our door does not break the glass line. I kind of need a black beam across the top. Or is that more of a steel colour? What do we got beam-wise? I do have the metal beam, but that's kind of a shinier metal than that. So I still think a painted beam along here, and then if we try and paint it like a grey.
Hey, the dog 1,134,566 just followed you.
Thank you for the follow, the dog. I don't think I need to read the whole number again. I can go visit someone in Australia. Yeah, there's a huntsman around here somewhere. Don't be surprised, it's during the chores. I don't know if you should trust everything an Australian says, but... Well, tarantulas are supposed to be harmless, aren't they? And those are certainly big and hairy and quite scary. Not harmless? Or maybe that's only some tarantulas? Oh, is that too white? That's glaringly white. That silver's a bit too silver too. Well, luckily we don't have tarantulas crawling around randomly, so if I ever get bitten by one, it's not because I found one randomly. They do get kept as pets though. None of these metal. I mean, that's the closest grey, but even then it's a little bold. Yeah, don't like that beam there. And I might go with metallic pillars. Like the white fits that one, but there's no white in this yet, and I don't think I am going to make it white, so I think I'm just going to go with metal pillars here instead. So they're not harmless. Kick hairs at you, which is super irritating. You watching a jumping spider chill on the kitchen table the other day was like I could see why people keep them as pets. The jumping spiders are cute. Daddy Longlegs is the actual name, and we're not just calling Daddy some long-legged spider. Okay. So now we can actually get in here. This is a bit messy along here though. I need to cover up this mess. We can do that with an inverted wall. And that's actually lined up with that side bit, so that's... Oh, it's not quite fitting. Ah, that's better. First walk up to hog, I said a friendly 1 second headbutt. Take long leg spiders, a small spindly thread. Yep. Okay, I'm quite happy with how that's turned out. Those side walls really set it off. So now you can walk down here, walk out, And you've got access to the rest of the area. I mean, this one's a bit of a style to the rest. The rest are very white brutalist, whereas this is more metallic and sort of outback tin. Okay. Now we need to deal with the crystal oscillators factory, which is currently naked. How's our throughput looking? 25, 27, yeah, that's about right. So it looks like we're not actually having any problems today, which is good. I was almost expecting it and I still jumped. Well done, Legoligan. Yeah, because there are spiders around this area, so a little bit more wary around here. Now, one of the problems with this here is this logistics tangle. It's a bit of a mess. How much room is under here? I think I made a slight problem of making this all a bit... I should have left a couple of extra meters. Could probably get it a little lower. Unsafely outside the concrete? Yep. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. The timer went off a while ago, people. Get cooking on that lasagna. Leave that at the moment. So we kind of want the Caterium to run along one edge and then just have offshoots for each spot that it is off going. Lasagna is a go. Hooray!
Choo-choo, mother F. Kerr.
The trains are over that direction. Future-Proof 4. Hey, Future-Proof, how's it going? I'm going pretty good. A bit tired at the moment, and I'm dealing with architecture, which is not my strong point. So I'm kind of making it up and trying to make things a bit easier and tidier. Not necessarily sure exactly what I'm doing here. In fact, I might be doing this wrong. So the Caterium one is fairly well lined up anyway. It's the other ones that I think have more twisty logistics that get in the way. Still go for it. I need to make sure that the logistics is in its final place before I put any architecture on, because I might decide to run a bus of all the logistics down here rather than underneath the different machines, in which case that would change where the edge of the building is. So this is the rubber throughput. Doing good, thanks. Bloody architecture. Yeah. Who decided to make buildings look like buildings before we move on to the next factory? I want to get making more factories.
Incoming
Okay.
propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
So the rubber is a bit messy because it comes through here and then it dodges around this caterium. I mean, the rubber's not too bad. It takes a bit of a meandering path to get all the way to the end. The biggest crime from the rubber is that little kink. You don't want a little kink in your rubber. Yeah, just this slight one here. If you type exclamation mark mod info, it will tell you all about the mod. Why is there a kink there? That does not look like it's out of place. That's weird. Yeah, that's in the right place. Why is this slightly kinky? All I can think of is that this here is not perfectly straight. Looks pretty straight.
Azure Wren says, no kink shaming here.
Sometimes you want your conveyors straight. Oh look, now it's straight. There's a time and a place for kinky conveyor belts. So the rubber is reasonably clean coming through here. It's these ones coming under here that are problematic. Mainly because I built these a bit low. So I could run the crystal along the outside here. I think some of these trees are going to have to go. Just a little bit too close to the factory. I do need to add a phrasing redeem, don't I? Now the output, we could run along the other side. That would free up this side for inputs. That way we could run the copper and crystal around the outside here. We'd still need to run these on the outside though. We're still going to have a clash. And I don't think we can go any lower on this side where we need it. Unless we can get these under here a meter lower. To go vertically higher, I would need to rebuild all the blueprints, and I've done that enough times. I mean, I could. I think I can just lower this here and run it lower here. There's enough room here. Oh, there's been several people struggling with vertical alignment of conveyance through floors. How many computers are we making? I can't remember. I think it's 40. I think it's 40 a minute. The original plan was 20 because that's plenty for that early stage of the game. And then I decided, oh, I'll just double it. And then I ran out of rubber. But that's been solved. Actually, is this... Yeah, this is going to have to be lowered over here as well. But they are vertically stackable blueprints, so the idea is that When I need more, I can just upgrade the miners to Mark III, upgrade the belts, stack a whole bunch more factories on top, and we'll have extra throughput. Yeah, these conveyors are of the straight variety. Okay, yeah, that's messy. This crystal is taking the scenic route, that's for sure.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
I forgot about the ad break. Yeah, inspired by me to make a recycled rubber plastic factory. Awesome! Made a good electronics factory. 1600 plastic rubber. Nice. That's a big one. It's Satisfactory our friend is my because I can't point because he can't understand a simple request. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take an ad break.
Has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
Yes, I will take a break and hydrate. Give me a second. I will be right back after I have a drink. My keyboard does not need a drink. I am back. Future-Proof 4's dropping a big question while I'm away. Is this other person you speak of Australian? I think some people in the community tend to be abrasive because they get hassled for help too much. There are certain modders of popular things and even coders of popular things where I can understand them getting very frustrated because of all the people asking stupid questions all the time. Part of that may be because of communication issues, not being able to actually respond in a timely manner or a useful manner to people. Part of it might be a documentation issue. No, but I don't know exactly who you're referring to, so, you know, maybe I'm thinking of other people, but... And personality-wise, you know, personality is personality, whether you're one way or another. I'm also fairly self-deprecating, partly due to Aussiness, I think. Wow, this is lining up with the half meter. Good job, vertical lifts. And, you know, also self-doubting. So I know I have limitations. I know that while I've done some stuff, there is a ton of stuff I don't know. Come on, please snap. Yeah, it is also a lot of seeing things from the other perspective, and I've always tried to see both sides of any argument at any time. Okay, this is going to be a pain. I wonder if it'll let me do a sneaky little... Okay, it will let me do a sneaky little. I'll just do a sneaky little. So yeah, there could be lots of factors, and it could just be someone's personality. But I always try and see other people's sides, and I try and have patience. And I also, you know, like for the mod, there are lots of people who come into troubleshooting and say, I'm having this issue, and it's exactly the same as I've heard dozens of times before. And all I do is I point them at the wiki and say, have you done this? And then they might come back and say, yes, it's something else. And I go, ooh, it's something else. But step one is go look at the documentation that I spent ages writing up. And I also, like, software development can be frustrating just as a developer. And you may put an appearance on that you know everything, and you may say you know everything, but really there's stuff you don't know. And you might hide that frustration in taking it out on other people. This is going to be another broken half-meter lift, isn't it? Yep. Well, I'll make this one a little kinky. Which is interesting, because I swear when I put these lifts in before, like that's one, oh right, if it's in the highest position it lines up, but when you move it down it only moves by half a meter. Maybe I should report this to Coffee Stain, because they were saying vertical lifts are perfectly fine. Well, this is one that's demonstrably wrong, is when I attach a lift to it, there it's aligned to the 1 meter. But if I try and move it by a meter, it actually only moves half a meter, and then it's all out by half a meter from there on. So I might forward that to them if they are asking for more information about vertical lifts having problems. Which they have been. Like how I build the factory, then your friend will does all the architecture. Yeah, multiplayer can be really good if you find the right person that complements your build style. It could also be terrible if you have conflicts with someone. So if you like making a factory and your friend likes making the architecture, then that's a good pairing, if it's working for you. I don't know if you're being ironic or not, the dog. Russ says, think there's a certain careers that attract people who aren't great at interacting with other people. That is possible. That is true. Software developers are not necessarily known for their diplomacy or social skills. I mean, some are very charismatic, but charisma isn't, or people skills is not a requirement for doing software development. Okay. We have now removed the clipping, and I can now sleep peacefully at night once more. And classic comedy shows from Australia that we had here, the Fast Show, Harry Enfield, Fawlty Tales, Monty Python, thing of self-deprecation. Well, that's the thing, is, funnily enough, we have a lot of British humour that we grew up on, but not many of those. For me, the big one was The Goon Show, which was a radio play from many years ago. Spike Milligan, Harry Seacombe. It sort of predated Monty Python, actually. I think Monty Python got a lot of their humour from The Goon Show. The Goon Show, yes. Look up The Goon Show. I've actually considered putting some sound bites from The Goon Show on here. Although, I don't know if they'd be particularly funny out of context. Oh yeah, Danger Mouse, absolutely. Yeah, The Castle is a good Australian one. Yep. Trying to think of Australian comedy. I mean, back in the day, it was it Fast Forward? Frontline? Frontline was the current affairs satire show. That was pretty funny. Hibiki Ryuga says Utopia. There was the Martin Malloy, Tony Martin, Mick Malloy humour at one stage. So it's a bit more on the lowbrow side of things. There's one particular comedy sketches I'm thinking of in my head right now, and I'm not sure who they were by. It could have been from that Frontline group. But yeah, Goon Show is like 60s or even 50s era. And I think they're all on Spotify and various other things, or at least some of the episodes are. Okay, do we want to chop this tree down? I think we do. I think we're going less trees in this area. Yeah, Goon Show is British, very British. 1951 to 1960, there you go. Yep, it's old school. DGen Late Show Frontline. Oh, Utopia is after Frontline. Okay. Yep, Peter Sellers, yep. Don't think I've seen Utopia, Ruga. But then again, I stopped watching television around the Frontline era. Company and Fast Forward. Yeah, I was less into Company and Fast Forward. It's been many, many, many years since I watched Pink Panther movies. Although you're thinking of... Oh, that's Peter Sellers. And Harry Seacombe is one of the main people of the Goon Show as well. Satisfactory VR feels weird. I got my friend to play with me. Ah, cool. It's the Australian version of Yes Minister. This tree is way too close to here. This tree might survive. This one is far enough away that I could probably put a little courtyard around this tree and keep it. We're on single mode. I really need to do something with all this mycelia. There's some piggies up there. See, there's future factories I'm going to be building in this area as well. You're not used to it. That's fair enough. There is a learning curve definitely if you're used to flat Satisfactory and then you switch to VR. I did update the onboarding tutorial though, so if you do the onboarding tutorial for Satisfactory in VR, all the help tips are VR specific, so that will tell you how to do things. This tree is kind of almost, I don't know. Because we're going to go with slabs of white again. I think for all of these buildings, the main common thing is we will have big chunks of white. Tempted to move these all a little bit that way. Or I could bring the ground ones, I could bring them on the ground closer before I bring them up. Around the twist. Yep. Yeah, if having a new save game, if you're just getting into the VR one, is a good idea, because you can take things a bit slower at the start and keep it simple. That said, the hover pack late game does make VR quite versatile in getting around. See, I kind of wanted a bit of a diagonal on these pillars here. Means I'd want one there and one there at least, to kind of have a diagonal between them, which is right in the way of the crystal oscillators. Or I could move this even further over and I could have this come up here and knock that tree out. Oh yeah, we've got the canopy up above. I mean, I could taper things off more towards the top. I could keep it fat at the bottom. I could bring this right out here at the bottom. But then have it ramped in towards the center a bit more. Probably as high as I can get before I start hitting the tree leaves. Good old traffic barrier for a 45-degree angle. Now, can I sample those from here? That's probably too far away to sample. Yes, it's too far away. How am I going to attach that to there? Put that there, it's probably going to look terrible, isn't it? Yeah. Let's bring that out to here. Much more beautiful than other factory setups I've seen recently. I don't like architecting, you've got taste at least. I guess you haven't been on Reddit, then Future Proof 4. There are some amazing builds. I'm just trying hard here. Sonia Sir EPR, I just realized yesterday that you're the guy that made this mod. Yes, I am the person who made the VR mod, so I can answer any questions about it you might have. Although a lot of the really super fancy builds you have online use lumen lighting, and because I'm in VR, I don't have the performance overhead to be able to use all the pretty lights. So I do, and because I'm trying to not go too overboard with the item counts, because performance is a big issue. I am trying to keep things a bit simpler than maybe other people would. I'm currently on a 5080, which works well with the mod. I started development on the mod when I had a 2080, and for a while there I bought a second-hand 3080. And the 2080 was playable, but not good for streaming, whereas the 3080 was better. But did have some limitations. So the 5080 does give me some extra headroom that allows me to stream at a reasonable quality. Like, beyond a certain point, it becomes about resolution and not quality. So I have everything cranked up to ultra, but if I had everything on medium, I'd be getting around the same frames per second anyway. 2080 was a really solid card that did me very well for a long time. I'm going to plummet because I don't have a hover pack. So a lot of my design I kind of steal from other people. Like, this is a very Fluxo brutalism sort of finish with massive pillars and diagonals. I usually don't leave enough room to do this kind of style design, but I'm trying to take the room here and do a bit more with it. You got a 5080 out now, nice. 4060 Ti, it's much of a muchness without the USB port. Yeah, the USB-C port on the 2080 was magic, and then they abandoned it. Yeah, the cards are getting bigger. It's like, I don't know about Moore's Law, but they're not making the cards the same size as they used to. So now I have a corner. I don't know what to do with it. And I could do the old vents trick. That's pretty easy to do. I even got blueprints for that. Chrome wall. Is that it? No, that's just a single wall. Tiny cases are awesome. I love me a small PC. Unfortunately, that is individual beams. I think I don't want to use that style wall here, just because it will use a ton of parts, and I don't know if that's particularly efficient. And I could manually do it. Actually, I need to move a macrometer. So one of the common things to do is you have things at different depths to give a bit more perspective. So if you move that back, And this is a non-equal space in the middle, so this might bite me on the ass when I get to the other side here. It's not too bad, but maybe I should... no, that's not going to work. I think we're going to have to go with that. New case, put all your old parts to stream. Wish list on PCCG called GPUs that will fit in my tiny case. You can get some small cases that are specifically designed to fit ridiculously large graphics cards. So the case is like, 60% graphics card, and then the rest fits in the rest of it. They're still not as tiny as some of the other ones, but you can get pretty small. I kind of gave up with my latest computer, and it's like I need some performance, so I'm just going to make it a large case to fit a large graphics card without running into problems. So yeah, the 5080 is not a small card. That's pretty small, but we could still add some more to the white to add a bit more detail and keep that as sort of a feature. Running out of room. Two PCs, one is small and the graphics card is in the other. Other day I got a double leg cramp that lasted 10 minutes. Ooh, that doesn't sound fun. Now that is one wide. So this is still a lot of very white. You could add big fat metal pillars. That would certainly make it less flat and less white. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Ow. That hurt. So it's been quite cool. Yes, the house doors have been opened. It has been quite nice. A bit hot in my study though. 5060 Ti has more VRAM than the 5070. Really? I think, well, there are some different 5070s, and some of the 5070s do have different amounts of RAM in them. Yes, I have my window open. It still involves airflow to get cool in here, and I have one computer with a 5080 in it running VR, and another computer with a laptop with a 4070 in it that is my streaming laptop. So there's a fair amount of heat being generated in my study currently. Okay, health is low. I should be able to get to the top of that on a single jetpack if I stutter it up. Again, can't wait for that hover pack. Yay, made it. Might need to bring this a meter higher, but to get a nice edge on a pillar like this, you get your good old friend the beam, and you get it at the angle you want.
Hey, Lacavar Plays 2 just followed you.
Ah, Luca VR Plays. Aha, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Ada did not know how to pronounce your name. It won't let me nudge it the direction I want. Come on, please let me nudge. Fine, I'll just put it here then. And I'll zoom up this way. Yeah, I was going to wait for the 60 series, and then the AI crap decided to rear its ugly head and make things terrible for everybody. So I bought the bullet and got a 5080, which luckily I could afford at the time. Okay, so that's got a bit of feature up to the top there, so that's a pretty bold front. There's still a lot of white on the sides. I could actually make the sides thinner. They don't need to be the full width. What does each of us feel it is a long time? Like how many years is a long time? I would say a few years, I reckon. Having a job would certainly help pay for something. Do I want to halve it? Like, part of me is regretting having so much white, but it was kind of a build decision that because I always do dark colors, and it's like, well, this time I'm going to try stupid white. By stupid, I mean very. I'm not belittling the intelligence of the color white at all. If I do that, that's going to stick out a bit there. Fine, I'll stay full-sized.
Incoming Pioneer reinforcements. SMERKIN 5000 is leading a force of 39 viewers. Thanks for the raid, SMERKIN 5000, and welcome everyone to the channel.
Hello, hello! Welcome to some Satisfactory in VR. The Guru and his students have arrived. Welcome, Guru. Welcome, Raiders. How are we all going this evening? Everyone, can we get a shout out for Smirkin? Smirkin is a fellow Australian Satisfactory streamer. He's on, can't remember exactly where, somewhere east. Everywhere is east of here because we're on the west coast here. So he is living in the future. He's several hours ahead of us here on the west coast.
I have it on record that Smirkin 5000 is an exemplary pioneer and recommend that you check out their channel.
So we are playing Satisfactory a little bit differently over here. We are playing in VR. South Coast. Okay, so South Australia? Was it? Either way, several hours ahead of us. Adelaide, it's okay. We are here in the Titan Forest where we are making some crystal computers. So we are also experimenting with architecture, which is why this is taking way too long than it should. Goza Lanch, welcome. So we have a number of sub-factories here that we've kind of split up into the sections. Way over the other side over there, we have some circuit boards. Now, this is a bit of a different factory. This is not my first rodeo. Technically, I have not finished Satisfactory since 1.0 came out. But I have finished Phase 4 a couple of times before 1.0 came out, and I have several other playthroughs that are quite the way through, but this is the first time I've done a complete playthrough in VR. And I'm experimenting with vertical manifolds. Yay! Vertical lift, still the most buggy thing in the game. But this is a blueprint here to make circuit boards out of copper and limestone and quartz. And is there anything else in there? I think those are the main ingredients. And we are experimenting with vertical splitters and mergers, and this is a stackable blueprint. So later on, when I get Mark III miners, I can come through and I can just keep stacking the blueprints on top of each other, connect them up, and I will have extra throughput. You passed on vertical merger splitters until I make them better. That is a wise move. That is a wise move indeed. Down here we have the train station. It's still very white. We're working on some detailing today as well, but I'm not the most comfortable with different architectures, so this is a very experimental build. Over here we have the actual computers being made, which is actually the easiest part of this whole factory because it's silicon computers, which is a really simple recipe. All you need is circuit boards and crystal oscillators. The crystal oscillators are one of the more annoying parts in the game. And the crystal oscillators is what's over here. So again, we're using vertically stacked blueprints. We have 7 of this particular blueprint at this time, and again we can expand by building up. And this is making, I think, like 27 crystal oscillators. Not a huge amount, but it's all we need. Is there a finish point? There is a finish point to Satisfactory, yes. You finish the game when you... No problems, the dog. Thanks for dropping by. Enjoy Satisfactory in VR. When you save the puppies and kittens back on Earth, that is when the game finishes. So the game has a number of phases with certain objectives, and you need to make a number of project parts to advance through. So we're on phase 3 here at the moment, and there are 5 phases total, but they get exponentially more complicated. So technically for the first frames, I think those called, was it versatile frames? The first part of completed phase 3. I've got those sitting in a factory ready to go. I just need to get a train to deliver them to the space elevator, but I haven't done the other 2 items yet. And then phase 4 has a whole bunch of stuff you need to make, and then phase 5 gets really odd and complicated with the things you need to mark. Yep, completing project assembly. Yep, that's correct. When you complete phase 5 and send the final shipment, you get a cutscene. I have not seen the ending cutscene, so I have not been spoiled, whatever that is, other than, you know, puppies and kittens get saved. Now, you got a raid and run? No problem, Smirkin. Thank you so much for the raid. Have a good evening and a good rest of the weekend, and take care. So, we're working on architecture, which is a bit of a slow process. So, I'm trying to wrap a building around our crystal oscillators, and so far I have a corner. Catch you later. Yes, Russ, it is getting late for you people in the future. So now we have a corner. We probably should... I don't want to leave it open plan like the computers, although computers is not finished yet either. I'll probably stick some walls on that later. I don't know. Fluxo makes it look easy. You just slap down concrete and do this here and there, and it looks fantastic, right? After you wake early tomorrow, so I guess you'll stick around for a bit. Thanks, Russ. No more DMing sessions or anything. Now there's a bit of an offset in the factory here, so I do know that we're going to want a bit of a diagonal at this point here. So maybe I start with that, and that might inform sort of what the rest of the build is doing. 10:55 in South Australia. Ah, you're on the odd half hour difference. That's right. New house is haunted, by the way. Hot noise both at night and front door and from the kitchen and my mum even in her bedroom. D&D tomorrow night. We've got D&D tomorrow morning at 10 a.m, so I can't stay up too super late tonight. We have a cosmic horror to beat up. Is going to be a challenge because so far it's winning. We're partway through the fight. Yes, Mount Gambier. I half remembered that. That is a 45-degree angle. I might just rotate it. Thank you. So that's a pretty massive diagonal corner here. We've actually only got a 1 square difference, maybe 1.5 square difference. Maybe I do want to bring this across a bit, actually. There's going to be a lot of umming and ahhing at the moment as I try and figure out exactly what I'm doing here. A lot of building and pulling down and experimentation. The college I went to was haunted. I always do that with vertical mode. It's like I don't want vertical zoop, I just want single foundation, thanks. Do not want that pillar. We will want one that is 2 back and 2 across. And we want to build vertically from here. So that will be our other corner. Stop, vertical. And this one in the middle, we'll just do a half nudge. So it's not perfect, but it can sit there like that. One, 2, 3. I'm pretty sure I did 3. Oh, this could run into our factory. It might be too close. Yeah, that's a bit close, which means I need to move it. Ooh. Need to move it another square this way. I mean, it's kind of overlapping the side here anyway. Let's try this position over here instead. Thank you for VR. My PC might need to lower my other mods. Okay, that's possible. I do make it look easy. I have been playing this a long time. It does take a little bit of practice, the dog, to learn the controls in VR. Getting things to align. Well, you do not need to do this level of architecture future-proof. You do not need to do diagonals like this. This is all optional. So, yes, there are tools. If you just build on foundations in a square pattern, things align pretty easily and well. Because I'm doing such massive slabs of concrete here, and I'm using a few different tricks. There's no easy diagonal. I guess that's the point. Is there's no easy 45. So you need to use tricks like this, where you get a traffic barrier to get your 45 degrees, and then you build from here. So this is a bit of a technique that is used, and obviously because this is a 45, the length of this foundation won't exactly equal the required length to get to the corner of the other one. So that is a problem. There are 45 degree, and this is the thing, once 1.2 comes out, there might be new parts, because people have been asking it. There are kind of 45 angles here. So you can do like a 45 degree using these pieces here. So I could have done, instead of this bit here, I could have done one there like that, and then one there like that. So that is a perfect 45, but it's not a square, and you can't snap things along that angle there. You can't put your normal square foundations on top of these. You do, but it sticks out like that. Doesn't work. So yeah, there are some limits, but there are also a lot of tricks and a lot of tools to be able to get around those limits. So being able to nudge where you have something and then you can move it into position is... There used to be a day we didn't have nudge. Nudge actually hasn't been in the game the whole time. And you could still do the same tricks. Like here, if I didn't have nudge, I can move this so it is in exactly the right position. Or what I do is I put another one of these over here, like that, and then I can snap directly on there. So that's positioning without using nudge. But even the half-meter nudge, we didn't have a half-meter nudge for a long time. There are mods to do different nudges, like infinite nudge will give you very granular nudge. The problem with that is a lot of those mods require extra key presses, and those extra key presses are not available in VR. Like, it is a challenge to cram the default key bindings into VR, let alone adding a mod like infinite nudge, which just adds another half a dozen key presses onto it. It's like you do not have enough buttons on your controller for that. And it is theoretically possible that I could do a mod upgrade and add support for infinite nudge, but I do not know how I would handle the interface at all, because it is so many extra key presses I would need to try and build into new radial menus, new gestures, that sort of stuff. Yeah, you could have a keyboard on your arm, or you could have, I mean, there is this basic menu here, so you could have a touch control here, but trying to nudge, like when I'm nudging, let's come over here like this, let's say I've locked something in place. I can use this menu here to nudge, so I can, ooh, can I? Ooh, I can't. Hey, it's broken. Bug, unplayable. Hang on. Okay, now it's working. So I can nudge like this, but it's really annoying and painful. And like I can do the half step this way.
Broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
So it is possible to use a menu like this for nudge. So you could have an infinite nudge which has all the different options here and you go around. But it's much easier to just use the stick to nudge around. But then that cuts into other commands. Release the bugs. So yes, it is quite challenging, and the fact that I've crammed as much as I have into, you basically got 4 buttons for all the commands, and so when you add another 6 commands, it becomes really hard to cater for and support that. So we're going to have a diagonal corner here. And then this will come across here, and then we'll have another diagonal corner along the edge here, which will basically be the edge of the building. And that's probably too close to the building, or this building here is short, so we might get away with it for a little bit. Have you seen the emotes I've got, Russ? I've got some spidery emotes.
The dog 1,134,566 has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
You want me to hydrate? Good idea. I'll have a drink. Thanks very much. Actually, there is an ad break coming up, so I should be pausing anyway. So let me... is it safe? Is it safe to park here while the ad break runs and I have a hydrate? It is if you have a personal bunker, except I deleted my bunker. I deleted my bunker accidentally, so I'm going to put myself in a cage instead, which is less nice than the bunker. There's less ways out. It's also less ways in though, so I am going to... Yes, the cool stinger. I like the cool stinger. Nobody uses the cool stinger.
Realm of Riss wants you to stretch. Go on, do it. Reach your hands in the air like you just don't care. I have a tip from Realm of Riss that you may be slouching. Posture check time.
Fine, but I'm going to run the ad break and I'll do the stretches on cams so the people who don't get ads can see me stretching. Let me have a drink. Let me see if I can see through my nose hole to find it.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and
so
hydrate.
While the ad breaks are running.
Too slow the dog 1,134,566, but you came in third. Azure Ren and Realm of Russ beat you to it.
Thank you for the first redeemed the dog. Third place is actually pretty good. Azuren and Realm of Russ are tough to beat though. This is me drinking, by the way, you just can't see the cup. Okay, stretches. Ooh, we've got some music as well. You want an aerobic workout? Oof. There's an aircon vent directly above me. Oh. there's still 30 seconds on the Twitch ad, although I'm guessing most people are back. Azurin does have an advantage, and Russ still gets first most of the time.
Ada says good boy.
Thank you, Ada. Oh, well, that's a good stretch. Maybe I should do that more often, just do a little aerobic exercise throughout the ad break. So, future-proof. Yes, there are windows. We have a couple here. These are sort of paned hexagons. They are the bestagons. We also have glass roof panels here. There's actually quite a range of windows. So if you look under the architecture section here, where is it? No, it's under walls. They are glass walls. So you've got your normal sort of office type windows like these ones. Your metallic frames, you've got some different styles, so as well as the hex one, you've got that sort of style there. So there's actually a decent range of window styles. And then you have your glass roofs. I think they're under architecture. So there's your roof panels here. So yes. Speedy and competitive in the weirdest ways. Bye-bye, the dog. Jump in real life. Does the VR send vertical feedback to the game? Yes. So I don't think it does in multiplayer, but if you're playing single player, there is room scale positioning. It doesn't send a jump to the game. Actually, if I jump in VR, I might trip over the cable. So Hibiki, I don't know if I should do that. Yes, Big Bow or Big Bow, it is a mod. You're on YouTube. If you look in the description of the video, there's a link to the mod in there. Dismantle blueprint. There we go. Oh, that's right. I manually built these windows, so I will need to dismantle those separately. So yeah, the mod currently uses UEVR to get the game into VR mode, but then there's a game mod accompanying it with it, which gives full custom VR heads-up display and controls and wrist menus for all the different things you might want to do. So we are in the Titan Forest attempting to do some experimental architecture in some different styles to sort of wrap things around our otherwise bare bones blueprints. I mean, the blueprints are nice. I like them and I like the frames in them. This particular blueprint here makes crystal oscillators at some exorbitantly slow rate. But we are on this playthrough, I'm attempting to leave factories looking like factories and not leave them as floating platforms. And I'm attempting to try a few different architectural styles, so it's a bit experimental. And there are certainly, if you go on Reddit and you look in the Satisfactory subreddit, there are some ridiculously talented people with way much more free time than I have to be able to build stuff. So I tend to err on trying to keep it simple, but add a little bit of flair and a little bit of texture and color to things. And for this particular one, we're attempting to use slabs of white, which I don't usually do. I usually avoid white. But we're trying something new. Yes, yeah, this one will be a very tall building with slabs of concrete around it. This is the tallest factory by a long shot. There's circuit boards over there, but that's not quite as tall. And the computer's factory is pretty small in comparison. No, I haven't put it in the calendar yet. We haven't figured it out at time yet, Hibiki Ruga. Late morning? Early morning on a Friday isn't really a thing for me. Can you give a small tour? Sure. We're at the sort of the back end of the factory. I mean, do you want a tour of the whole world or just this particular factory? Because I could show you a bit of both if people want. I think these are the kind of people that could solve world problems, but no, they're baking computers in Minecraft and Playful. Well, if you can't fix the world, why not spend it in Satisfactory making beautiful looking factories? So this, as I was saying, is making crystal oscillators here. And we are using vertical blueprints. So each of this, what I've got highlighted there, is a single blueprint that is making a certain number of crystal oscillators. And this is such that if I wanted to, I could copy this and then snap another one on top to basically increase capacity. I need to rotate and I'm going to run out of fuel and crater. I'm going to bit of land before I do. Pig on YouTube, hello, how's it going? So yeah, this is the crystal oscillators. Down here we have the storage office, I guess you could say. This is where all the built supplies come through. So behind here we have sorters that are bringing down the circuit boards and the crystal oscillators and the computers, and there are storage containers behind here. So if I ever need a whole bunch of them for some purpose, I can come pick them up here. There's also dimensional depots under the floor, so I also do have a supply of these items coming through to the dimensional depot. I've also left room here because eventually I suspect I'm going to be doing high-speed circuits and supercomputers here as well. So there's room to expand in this area here, and this is still being made up, still a work in progress. Over here is where the computers are being made, and this is actually a very simple assembler vertical manifold. So these come not programmed with anything, and then these are reprogrammed to make crystal computers, which is a dead simple alternate recipe once you've done the crystal oscillators. The crystal oscillators is kind of the hard part in this point. Who mops the floor? I get doggos to do the work. There's a little Caterium processing down here. That's used by some of the recipes here. There is a gloriously beautiful cave full of death behind there, with some Caterium nodes. So I'm pumping up some Caterium, and I've walled this off because just behind this wall, let's see if he's hanging out. Oh, there he is back there. We have the poison stinger, which is probably the most terrifying creature in this game, but he is, unless he clips through the wall, he can stay back there. How do you do the mergers in the vertical prints? Basically, there's I can build one here. Let me just give me a sec. Production. That was a real pain in the butt to do the mergers, and I don't use auto connect. You cannot get auto connect to work. But for example, the silicon circuit boards, if I just build this here, actually did this one get updated? So this is the input here for the circuit boards. Wait for the signs to finish loading. So limestone and quartz come in here, and I found the best way of linking the blueprints was to actually put a hole on the bottom. So this is a conveyor lift hole. So if you're building this in a blueprint, you can kind of put it in a foundation, and then you can nudge it so it's just sitting just below the splitter or the merger. And that way, when you have a hole, you can get a lift and you can connect it to like the top of this one here, and that will then snap into the hole. It won't snap into another splitter or merger, but it will snap into the hole. So if you pre-build this with holes at the bottom like this, then you can do that connection pretty easily. Now when I delete this, it's going to leave all the vertical lifts in place because vertical splitters and mergers are bugged. Although Coffee Stain are looking for evidence. Well, this is one of the evidence here. You delete a blueprint with vertical splitters and mergers, and you get all the lifts left behind. Yes, that is a massive stinger, and it is very large in VR, and it drops poison clouds. So over here we have the train station. Again, architecture's a work in progress. I've kind of slapped down... Oh. Who did that? Realm of Russ. That did make me shiver. So we have 2 train stations here, each with 4 wagons. We're not using all of it at the moment, but we have rubber coming in here because the alternate recipe we're using, for the crystal oscillators is using rubber. Still got plenty of rubber in the backup supply there. And then we have outgoing the computers, circuit boards, and any spare crystal oscillators here, so they can then be delivered to other factories later on. Then over here we have said circuit board blueprints in action. So if I go up to the midpoint here, you can see these lifts here were manually built and they were connected to these splitters, and then they snapped into the holes. So if those holes weren't there, you can't put a lift in from vertical splitter to vertical splitter. You have to have a hole to snap to. Thank you. I'm not 100% sold on the windows. They're a bit experimental. I'm using train tracks to actually get curves. Hey, how did you get in here? I need to put a wall up there. So yeah, I'm using train tracks to give an arbitrary curve, and then you can use pillars to snap to the bottom of the train tracks. Usually you use a big one for this. And then by placing these around the curve, you can then build foundations on the pillars and then get your windows to line up so that you can get an arbitrary curve line, which came out okay. It's a bit of a problematic technique. So here I've got a curve along the side here with the windows around there. So this is the circuit boards, and further on in the forest over here, we have nuclear hog in a cage, and luckily I've placed that such that he actually spawns in the cage, which is handy. And then we have the bunker. So this industrial slab of concrete is where all the copper ore gets processed, and it is just smelters on smelters. And again, this is a blueprint, sort of a 4 blueprints, 4 smelters per blueprint. Making all the copper. And the way I set up this blueprint is the output comes in where the input is. So you feed the raw copper in the top, and the processed copper out comes out the bottom. So this way you can build your blueprints, and if you need more, you just add more blueprints further on. And there's a nuclear hog behind me. Him I haven't caught or beaten up yet. I think he's in with the copper now. So that's the copper processing. Hey, I'm not completely bombing or strip mining the area like they do in Avatar. That may be what Ada wants me to do, but I try and preserve as much as I can. Like, I think it's certainly an interesting challenge. Like, some people will go to the edge of the coast where there's water, and they will put foundations across the water, and then they'll just build a massive foundation, massive factory on top of the water. That's simple. I like the challenge of trying to build things in amongst the trees, hence things like the storage room that is wrapped around the tree there. Hence this tree here inside my computer factory is being kept here as a feature rather than just chopped down. Some trees must go, mushrooms go, but overall I'm trying to preserve it. And even like, I don't have great weapons yet, and like I could beat up the stinger I could pew the stinger with my rebar gun. I'm actually a really good shot with the basic rebar, so I could take out that stinger, but it's easy to just put a wall there and lock him in for now. And if he doesn't harm me, I don't harm him. He can guard the Caterium mine in there. Azuren, did you tell me that dinner is ready to eat? Yes, it is ready to eat. Okay, I have lasagna calling me, people. Can you use the map in VR? Yes, you can. So if you go onto the info tab over here, you've got the to-do list, codex, search, map, HUD, it all works. Even photo mode works. This was a new feature added in the last update. So yes, you can pull up the map. Now, sometimes the drag works, sometimes the drag doesn't work, but you can drag around, you can zoom in and out. I can drag map markers and put labels on them if I want. I can change the filter. And changing the filter here also changes when I turn on the full HUD, which icons show up on the full HUD. So you can see over there I've got trains tracked and vehicles tracked, and I've got the stations showing up. But I can just toggle that on and off. Abandon us for the lasagna too? Yeah, and I cook the lasagna, so I know it's good. Although we're out of mustard for the white sauce, and I usually put mustard in the white sauce. So I'm going to take probably about a 10-15 minute break to eat some lasagna. I'm going to leave you here for a bit. Thank you for watching so far, and if you hang around a bit more, we will continue on our work slapping some concrete down in this beautiful, deadly jungle that is the Titan Forest. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Check 1, 2. Okay, microphone is working by the looks of it. All right, we are back. Lasagna was delicious. Yes, the lasagna. It was left to sit for 10 minutes, so it wasn't quite as piping hot as straight out of the oven. But it was a delicious lasagna made with gluten-free lasagna sheets because I can't have wheat too much. I'm not celiac, but I try to avoid wheat because of allergies. But it also had kangaroo mince in it, and oh, it's delicious. Future-proof, that song you were asking about, I looked at the playlist while it was playing, and I think it was a track from a soundtrack for the game Chemworks. I have no idea what the game is, but I think Chemworks is the name of the game that track was from. And I can send you the name of the track afterwards because I took a snapshot of it. Either that, or if it was the previous track before that, it was part of the Satisfactory soundtrack. But yes, I have a playlist of different soundtracks, mostly game soundtracks that kind of fit the mood of Satisfactory, just for a bit of variety in the background rather than just the Satisfactory soundtrack. We do eat kangaroos. Kangaroos are delicious. We don't farm them in that we don't breed them because there's just so many of them. that it is no problem for licensed people to capture and kill and prepare for eating. They are a very low-fat, lean meat. They can taste a bit gamey if you don't like the taste of that sort of game taste, but they are delicious, and roux meat is very lean and healthy and goes great in a bolognese. And yes, that quote you were quoting, I have not watched that movie in so long that I don't know. Was it Will Ferrell you said? I didn't think I knew who Will Ferrell was at the time that I saw that movie. But I paraphrase that quote myself usually when I fall down and break a leg somewhere. But I haven't seen the source in many, many, many years. So... Play standing or sitting? If you play standing, how much room you got? I can't. Big Bo X asks. I can play standing or sitting. I started this session sitting, but I'm actually now standing up. Mainly because, I mean, apart from my back being crap and it doesn't like sitting for too long, it allows me to do a bit more natural head movements when I'm looking around building, which is both good for general gameplay and is also for the stream. I think it gives a bit of a smoother transition if I'm a bit more dynamic in my movement rather than relying on the stick turn the whole time. I am in my study. How big is my study? That's a good question. But I have my computer in front of me, and I have an old Expedit IKEA bookshelf behind me that's full of junk, and I have a couple of meters between the desk and the shelf behind. I've moved the chairs out of the way, and I'm standing sort of closer back towards the shelf, so if I punch forward, I'm not going to punch my monitor. So I'm standing, but I'm kind of leaning over my desk, which if you're doing that, I recommend making sure you don't punch your monitor. But sitting down, this game is quite easy to play sitting down, and sometimes I'll just have a chill session where I'll be in a comfy armchair or something. You can play with very minor hand movements. I mean, there's a lot of aiming in this, but you know, you can hold your hand still or rest it on an armrest and just point around very easily. So if you want to be super casual and just play it that way, you certainly can. Did I put... Yes, I did. Okay. I'm using a Quest 3, and I'm using Virtual Desktop with Virtual Desktop's own OpenXR implementation, which works much better than the Meta equivalent or Steam VR. Kind of do need to do it there, otherwise it's going to be hopping into things. Let's do this down here. So I have a 9800X3D Ryzen CPU. I recently upgraded. I have not had a Ryzen before, so it's kind of a new thing for me. I used to be an Intel person until my last Intel CPU had a lot of problems, which a lot of Intel CPUs did at the time. It was a bit of a debacle with that series. And I now have a 5800. Yeah, 5800, 5800? 5080. I'm getting my numbers mixed up. 5080 graphics card. So I have a pretty beastie PC. It's the same PC desk at one end, sofa at the other end with a 2 meter by 2 meter base space in between. Yeah, I mean, I would recommend if you've got an office with not much space, actually turning around so that your back is to your computer, and that way your hands are facing away from your computer. And if you punch anything, then you will not break your computer, but you might break something on the bookshelf behind you. You have a Quest Pro? Ooh, I am very curious about the Quest Pro. Like, they're still ridiculously expensive. With the Oud Caps VR gloves, I'm not familiar with those. But the Quest Pro is an intriguing headset. Especially, like, Virtual Desktop supports the dynamic foveated streaming that the Valve headset is so touting as being an awesome feature. I've heard that the Quest Pro already has that with Virtual Desktop. I think it was 2 meters back I did it. Does that look like it's sticking out 2 meters? Yeah, that's kind of similar. I'm not sure if you can share a link on Twitch. It might get blocked. But, so, UD Caps VR gloves. I'll try and make a note to, actually, that's your end. Could you make a note of that and I'll Google it later on? If you don't mind, as you're in. Don't go too high. No, that's fine. The Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7 Ice. Same CPU and GPU. What motherboard you got? Oh, the what motherboard? I think it's. I think it is actually an Aorus. It's not ice. I don't have an ice one though. Mine is very much a black motherboard. Because all the rest of my bits are black and it didn't make much sense to have a white motherboard when everything else wasn't. Yeah, I don't think you can share links, but if I can Google the name of the gloves and look it up later. RAM is the real flex. I only have 32 gig of RAM. Yes, AM5. Yep. $64 gig of RAM, nice. You know, I thought 32 would be plenty when I upgraded my PC. And it probably is plenty for what I do. Like even when I do, like I do video editing and obviously I do VR development stuff. And RAM has not been a problem really on 32. Yeah, I usually get Corsair RAM, I think. What other games do I play? Well, what's this free time you speak of for a start? I do have I actually play a lot of co-op games with friends, family, countrymen, no Romans though. Is that the right one? Yeah, I think that's the same. So currently playing Astroneer with our family. So we've got a co-op game of that. We're playing, and there's a cursor on my screen. Let me just get rid of that cursor. Bad cursor. There we go. So playing Astroneer, which is frustrating, but cool. The automation in Astroneer when you played Satisfactory is a little clunky. Got another group of friends that we play flat games with. We play Helldivers 2 and Darktide, which is the Warhammer game. We also play RV there yet. And what else are we playing? Nightingale. Played Nightingale in a couple of different games with a few different people actually. And in VR, there's a walkabout mini golf. That's a staple with both friends and family. A very chill social thing to get together and play. Go out, out. Thank you. Did that just diagonal nudge? No, it's just a sideways nudge. What was that? Oh, look! He sounds different. The most terrifying one, and he sounds different to the other ones. I'm gonna run out of fuel, aren't I? Ow! He's stuck in a pole. I think I'm going to hit him in the pole either, though. These guys love to get stuck in walls. Oh, I can hit him, though. Oh, pull that weapon out, pull that weapon out. Oh, he's still stuck. Oh. I wondered if he was still hanging around. They have a lot deeper, growlier sound when they leap. Ew. No, it wasn't chat. And that's the thing, that he was stealthier. I played Astroneer in early access. Gee, that would have been a while ago. Another walkabout. An Australian course would be interesting. I do know Factorio. I've never got into Factorio. I'm not really a fan of the perspective or the art style. One of the things I love about Satisfactory is the first-person perspective and the 3D world that it is all around. Where's that mushroom? There it is. So the top-down of Factorio doesn't really appeal to me, nor does the art style. Come on, come on, come on, come on. This one's been tricky. There we go. I do play Rift Breaker with some friends, though. And that's quite fun. And that's got a bit of factory building and a lot of base defense in it. Yeah, Rift Breaker is part factory and tech tree and part StarCraft 2 combat action game, but also now supports co-op. So it's actually a great one to get together with friends and play. I nudged that one across. That nudged the wrong way. See, I should have done the other ones first at the bottom. did play a fair bit of a game called Shapes with a Z, which is a very abstract one. It's a factory automation game. And I played it on my phone. It's like, I can play this on the train, why not? And it was very pokey on a phone. And it got a bit hard to manage when the factories and that got pretty huge. Trying to fat finger to get the blueprints copied and everything. Yeah, Shapes 2 is out and is much shinier, but I haven't tried it yet. But again, if I'm on a PC, I'd rather play something like Satisfactory. You find a place to land. I think I'm going to get it above those to actually put them in place, which is going to be annoying. I am on the edge here. Got it. Phone gaming is valid. Phone gaming is valid if I'm on a train. Considering a Steam Deck, I assume you mean, for the train travel I've played. A Steam Deck on a train would be amazing. So the only other mods I have are basically ones to help with streaming and content creation. So I'm avoiding gameplay related mods. Part of the reason I do this and stream this is to show people Satisfactory, not just in VR. So I want to show techniques that anyone can pick up and do. And if I have all these other mods installed, then I can't as easily say, just do this, or you'll need this mod and this mod and this mod, because there are some great mods out there. So, I mean, I can show you what I've got. Fix-It Cam is it's a camera one, and this is for doing like pan shots and time lapses and things like that. I haven't really used it much lately. No splash screens, gets rid of the splash screens when you first run the game. No sun moon, I don't need that one anymore. This one allows you to completely hide the sky and the stars and the sun and the moon and everything. I actually use this to get a copy of an interface by staring at a black void. A Sky UI allows me to change the time of day and change some weather effects. This one is what I use for getting my thumbnails. It's like, that lighting doesn't look right, so I go to a different time of day. Train Interiors gives you an interior dashboard and view of trains. This one works really well with the VR mod. So this is kind of a VR immersion mod. And then there's your VR enhancements, which is the VR mod. So yeah, no other really gameplay ones installed. I try and keep it simple, at least for this playthrough. And again, as I was saying earlier, I've not actually finished the game all the way through, because I finished it a couple of times before 1.1 came out. Before 1.0 came out. But after that, I was busy working on the mod, so less time playing it. And so this has been my first new playthrough since 1.0 came out, and I'm playing through in VR from the beginning to the end. So if I'm not sick of Satisfactory after this playthrough, then I might consider doing a mod with maybe some power mods. There's ones that do like wind power and natural energy as alternate energy sources. There's ones with extra cosmetics. Oh, I'd love to use the curve. There's a mod that allows you to do easy curves, and it just makes it look so easy to be able to do curved anythings. But again, if I'm doing a curve here, I'd like to show people how you can do a curve without mods, which is possible. It's just quite time consuming for some of the curves you can do really easily with a mod. So yeah, maybe far in the future I'll do a series which is Satisfactory heavily modified. No, the arms do not move in multiplayer. It is on the to-do list. Ross has got to go, got to sleep. No problems, Ross. Thanks for staying up late and watching and hanging out. So the arms, I would love to get that working, but it involves a level of network code and animation that I haven't got yet. But it is very much up there on something I'd love to do as a future enhancement to the mod. It won't be before 1.2, and this is the thing, 1.2 is going to bring an engine change. It might break a bunch of stuff. I'm also I am kind of hoping that I can get the native OpenXR plugin working. So rather than using UEVR to get into VR mode, if I can get OpenXR working, then you can just launch it straight from the game and you don't have to install any other apps. I'd love to get that working. So probably OpenXR is the highest on my wish list for things I want to get done next. But having hands actually move in multiplayer would be great. It's less priority partly because, you know, most people don't play multiplayer. So who would actually see it? Like how many people who use the mod would benefit from it? So because it's a limited audience, it's a less priority than some of the other enhancements. Okay. So this might be problematic. Now that I've just finished building this, I might need to move it. You just land somewhere here. Because theoretically, if I build this in the future on top, I'm on the blueprint, that's why it's not working. Oh, is that actually the right way around? Huh. Ah. Damn it. Damn it. It's the same problem over there, and I had to move it over there as well. No. Yeah, that's how easy it is to expand the factory. I just connect up the belts and away it goes. It produces more. But you need to have the raw resources coming in to be able to fuel it at the moment. You like factory games with friends? Cool. Satisfactory can be a lot of fun with friends. Although you need to find the right friends and the right balance so that people are doing the right things together. I'm going to tear this all down and redo it, damn it. What I'll do is I'll redo the top bit just to make sure the top bit fits after moving it. So basically this will have to be here. This will be over here. Yeah, so if you know anyone who's a genius at modding Unreal Engine and getting OpenXR to work with games that don't normally work with OpenXR, let me know. I could do with some help. Yeah, I mean, if you can do separate factories, like the start of the game in multiplayer is probably the hardest bit. Later on, you can say, right, you go do a steel factory and you go do a plastics factory and split it up that way. Another way you can do it is someone does the production lines and another people do the architecture. Or somebody does the train line and somebody does the factories. There's a number of ways you can split it up. I mean, you can work on a factory together. Usually you need one person who's the planner, and then they give instructions to the other person of put this here and put that there. And we actually did that with our family game. I remember when we did our first steel factory, I kind of laid out foundations and color-coded the foundations where the buildings would go. And then Azuren would go and put the buildings in the right place and connect all the logistics up while I was working on other things. And by the end of it, she was making her own massive supercomputer factory. Actually, she made a massive assembly director systems. That was a huge one. I want you to do the production, leave it to me. Yeah, and in that case, you know, if you find someone who likes doing the architecture and you don't like doing architecture, that's great. But if you want to do all the production, then maybe playing a single player game first would be good. It can be a trap if you're an experienced player and you're playing with someone who's not experienced though. You don't want to do everything for them or rush on too far ahead. It can be quite frustrating when you're watching someone else who's a new person and they're going, I'm just going to put some spaghetti here to make 3 pipes a minute, and you're going, no, that's not how you do it this way. Like playing Factorio without the viters. I don't know what's the old bit and what's the new bit. I think that's the old bit. Okay, so that's the outline for the new corner bowl. This is why I don't usually do this sort of massive architecture, is I don't leave enough room for it. Which is kind of why I'm doing it now, is I'm trying to get used to leaving enough room for it. I'm just going to leave the rock there as a feature. I don't really mind that too much. Well, that's going to be tricky to do the wall now that the rock is like that. If we start from the top, that'll be okay. Where did that vanish? Oh, it's going diagonally. No. No. Let's try that again. Back 2, across half. If I don't stand at a diagonal, it'll probably work better. That moved. That's going diagonal as well. It's better. Come on, go up the top. There we go. Cut it. No, that moved diagonally. Actually, that might have just stick drifted. I do have a slight problem with my right controller. That it will sometimes... No, that is going diagonally. See how it went diagonally then? It's not me imagining things. See? That was... Oh. It's infuriating. Okay. Thought I missed one. I don't want to delete into the next blueprint. Yeah, with the walls there, it actually covers up the rock and it's a bit more subtle. Now, unless I've stuffed it up, this lines up with that one. Yes. Oh, no. Okay, that's not too bad. This is the wrong height. It's supposed to be one higher. That's okay. One higher is easy. Especially before I put the pillars on. That won't change the spacing, it will just change how high it is. Not quite as tragic as having to rebuild the whole damn thing again. Did that move? Nah, it's okay. Was that too many? 1, 2, 3. No, that's right. And it misses. It's all good. That diagonal nudged. Wow. I've still only done the corners of this building, let alone the rest of it. Future-proof 4, I put you to sleep, did I? Well, that is pretty chill music. Ah, right. Yeah, fair enough. That cannot be pleasant. Completely scientific
I have
method
a
of
tip from
eyeballing it.
xbig_box that you may be slouching. Posture check time.
Posture check time. I'm standing up. I will stretch though. Oh. Would be good to straighten the back a bit, and probably bend the knees a bit as well. I do have a problem when I'm standing up for a lot of this time. I do tend to lock my legs, and I can get quite sore feet from my feet not moving, so I should move my feet more often. Thank you for the posture check. But the other plus standing up is I can do some more natural twisting, where I probably would not if I was sitting down. It's just the locking the feet thing is the problem that I fall for. Now I'm just going to delete this because we do not have capacity. Oh, look at this coffee stain. They are broken. When you delete a blueprint and you're using vertical splitters and mergers, all the lifts remain in a broken state. Have to be manually deleted. VR treadmills, they seem a lot of work. Got a friend, Relax, Enjoy Life. He has a catwalk, and he has actually played Satisfactory on the catwalk. On the catwalk, I can't help it. He loves it until he broke his foot. But it's a lot of work because they're still not quite natural walking, and so I'm not convinced that the current treadmills are the way to go. Disney have a really interesting treadmill though, where the floor is a bunch of beads or little wheels, I think, and it moves and rotates and dynamically shifts based on what you are doing, so you can walk more naturally on it. Something like that, I think, might be good. But yeah, the catwalk is sliding with special shoes, and I mean, it might be low friction. I haven't used one myself. It might feel quite good. I think that tree's going to have to go one way or another. But from everything I've read and heard, it's not natural walking. It's good exercise. Ooh, that tree survived. And I see people using them like in high speed sports and things like that, and they're leaning forward and sort of swimming forward. Yeah, the catwalk is sort of a dome with a slippery surface on it. Yeah, it's how fast will they progress? Will they progress to a point faster than the brain-computer interface develops, where you just plug your brain straight into an output? Okay, so this was lined up with the edge of that one. So over here, this one can go here. Which would make the other corner here. Missed. Yeah, that tree's going to go, or at least it's going to get squished. Yes, Gabe is a big fan of the brain-computer interface. I don't know. I mean, I guess someone has to start working on it now so that in 10, 20 years it's useful. And there's certainly other things that are pretty amazing, like there's a girl who doesn't have hands, but she has prosthetic hands that she controls mentally. Austenblut, hey, how's it going? It's been a while to see you, man. The enemy of motion sickness. There's no motion sickness here. It's funny. I think I get more motion sickness from flat games now. It's actually really unnerving for me to have my aim be locked to my visual, which every first-person shooter on a flat screen is. Whereas here, I can look over there and aim over there. So having the aim decoupled from the vision is natural to me because I spend so long in VR. But then I go play a flat game and I get disconcerted because I can't look one way and fire a different way. And plus the view is so tiny on a monitor. Like, how can you see anything? You're just looking at a tiny window. No, the 360 monitor setup, you are still looking where you're aiming. The cursor is locked where your camera is. Like, VR is better than 360 monitors, absolutely. Just the fact that you actually have depth perception in VR makes a huge difference. No, there are lots of things that can trigger motion sickness, and I guess, well, there is a lot of different things that affect different people. Old VR used to have a real problem, mostly because of frame rate. Frame rate and picture quality have been the two enemies, and as hardware gets better and better, headsets get clearer and clearer. It's a lot less of an issue for many people. There are still some people who do get motion sickness. And certainly if you're new to VR, it does take a while to adjust, absolutely. Come on, where is my foundation? There it is. But the motion in this game is actually all pretty natural to the brain, because every bit of motion in this is because you are doing something with a control, so your brain expects the motion, and so therefore it is not a problem. Even a hypertube, it's a straight line, it's a set path at a single speed. It's not throwing you about randomly in different directions, unless you take, someone who's done spaghetti setups of hypertubes. True for even when I rode a roller coaster in Quest 3 for the first time, yes, my brain went whoosh, but I freaking loved it and adapted straight away. Cool. It's funny in that VR motion sickness tends to be the opposite of motion sickness in real life, because it's actually the reverse. Like, motion sickness in a car is your brain and your ears say you are still, but when you look outside, you see motion, whereas in VR it's the opposite, in that or it's the other way around. Basically, VR is the opposite of car motion sickness, and so it affects people quite differently. Also, I used to get literal vertigo from heights before I started in VR. I thought it was a common thing, fear of heights. Everybody has that, right? No, not to the degree I had. I had vertigo where I could not go into a high-rise building and stand and look out the window. I could not get near a window in a high-rise building because I would feel like I was going to fall over. And when I started in VR, I would get the same thing in VR because everybody loves to stick you on the edge of a cliff in VR. Now, a couple of years later, I'm a bit better in real life. I still get a bit of vertigo near heights, But something like this, perfectly fine with. Now and again, I might get a little stomach churn based on certain types of heights and motion. But overall, the vertigo I once got from heights, I'd no longer get in VR. Something's attacking me, isn't it? Oh, little piggies! Yeah, like it used to be, I couldn't step over a crack in VR if that crack was near a cliff that went off into an abyss. Look, are you guys going to play or not? Leave me to it. The original Oculus Home had this house on a cliff, and there was a little square in the floor, so it was like, where's a pillar? There was this bit in the house. It was like a tiny crack. It was smaller than that, but there was basically a gap like that and a square and a cliff there. And even sitting in a chair, I could not get over that crack. It took me ages to be able to get over the crack, even though it's obviously I'm not going to fall through it. Obviously it's a computer game and there's a clipping box there and I'm not going to fall through it. But just I would lose my balance whenever I got close to that crack. It was bizarre and educational. Seeing my reaction to that. But as I said, I do still get some vertigo in real life. I am not completely vertigo free from heights, but I am a lot better than I was beforehand. It's definitely something to be said for training and conditioning in VR to get used to something in real life. The worst thing in VR now is like when I run out of fuel and I don't notice, and then suddenly that's an involuntary, oh, I'm going to crater. But it's more of a natural, yep, I'm going to crater, rather than a spiraling doom. It's resigned to my fate. I'm going to hit the ground and go splat. Okay, now the nudge god's with me. 2 meters, half. One across, 4 down. The other thing is it's really hard to portray VR in a stream. It's why you don't get a huge amount of VR streamers, or people don't get sold on VR just watching a YouTube clip or anything, because you know you don't know what the Matrix is until you experience it for yourself. It is an entirely different perspective when you're in the headset versus looking at something on a screen. And until you put a headset on yourself, you won't know. When you do put on a headset, I hope someone's using a good headset and a good setup so that you get a good experience. Because your first experience may be bad if someone gives you a bad headset. Did I curate this playlist? Yes, I did curate this playlist. You have a friend who gets motion sick even watching flat screen VR? Yeah, but watching flat screen VR is very different from actually being in VR with a headset on. For a start, I'm in control, so everything I do and move, if I move haphazardly, my brain knows that because I'm the one doing the moving. But even then, I'm not looking at a flat picture here. There is depth. There is, that is over in the distance there. I can see stuff off in my periphery vision to the sides there. I'm actually in this space, and you just can't get that from a flat picture on a monitor. So I try and present a watchable stream, and I'm hoping people don't get too motion sick watching my stream. I try not to move around my head too much, but I often forget. I have stabilization tools turned on to try and smooth it out a bit, because like my head can vibrate, and I don't know my head's vibrating because it's in my head, but that can come through on the video and does not look good. But then again, the motion smoothing, the stabilization plugin I'm using, it has some side effects, and sometimes it doesn't quite get it right, so it can look a bit weird. And the guy who developed it, he went and moved and works in a commercial company, and we've never seen from him again, and hopefully he's doing very well for himself. But this fabulous software he made for OBS that does the motion stabilizing is no longer being developed. You could watch me in headset in 3D. The problem is like you need your own head movement. If you had my head movement, I think it would be very disorienting. Tried from your friend's Big Screen Beyond 2, and my god, that is the real VR. Yeah. Now when you use Quest 3, I feel like I'm putting a brick on my head. Quest 3 is actually quite light and very clear compared to some headsets. I haven't tried a Big Screen Beyond. I don't have that kind of money. But there are a whole lot of high-end micro OLED headsets coming out, and they're all very expensive at the moment. That's because they're new tech. In time, these headsets will get cheaper, and we'll get a micro OLED headset that's affordable for us poor people. Yeah, Quest 3 is lighter than the Crystal, absolutely. Not again, I haven't tried a Crystal, I'm just going based on what I've heard, but I am not surprised. Now we've staggered the wall here. Question is, can I be bothered staggering it on the other side? Or do I run straight across? Or do I have like a walkway through with a balcony, scenic balcony looking down over the desert where I'm going to build my heavy modular frames factory? Just need to eat less. I have a pretty tight budget. I think the Quest 3 would be worth if it wasn't subsidized. I don't know about a lot more, but it would cost more. I think I'm just going to come straight along the back here. Again, I might do something else with this area in the future. And if we run out of space here, this factory might actually... We might start building one of these out here if we need billions of crystal oscillators in the future. Quest 3 is an amazingly good all-rounder budget headset. Yeah, it's very impressive what they've packed into it. It should run this across here. So yes, this playlist is a collection of game soundtracks that I have curated myself. A lot of them are sci-fi themed, but it's more the feel of the music. rather than specifically if they're a sci-fi game or not. I did have some other stuff in there that was either too boisterous or didn't fit the theme, so I kind of pared it down to a bit more of a focus list. And like, if I don't necessarily have every song from every soundtrack in here, I've actually gone through and picked out tracks such that it is mostly innocuous, cool background music. There it is. I have no idea how this roof line is actually going to come together. But at least I've got a perimeter, right? I can share the link with you if you want later on, but it's on Google Music. Although there are tools that you can probably convert it to other ones, or you could look through it on Google Music and pick out which songs you liked, or get an idea of what the albums are from there. I'm going to buy the upcoming Steam VR one, but I need to build a NAS first, unfortunately. Oh, a NAS is going to be expensive currently, with the stupid RAM and storage prices. Very illuminating video on YouTube by Moon called "Here's Why Everyone Is Leaving Spotify." I left Spotify a while ago for various reasons. I think you're on Croy's Discord future, so I can probably track you down and DM you there. I don't have my own Discord. I tend to, for this mod, I tend to exist on the Flat to VR Discord. This mod's home is on the Flat to VR Discord. That's where all the support channels and info are, and I didn't see much point in having my own Discord yet. I don't really have the huge popular fan base or anything to warrant me having my own. Need a space for your Linux ISOs? You're totally legitimate Linux ISOs, yes. Okay, cool. Yep, I'll send you the link. Yeah, well, Discord's not doing so great with their requirements for photo ID. They're getting a bit of flack for that, and that's not great. A lot of my self-hosting Reddit posts that I see are now, quick, what are the alternatives to Discord because it sucks now? Apparently TeamSpeak is making a huge comeback. I don't know how many people in the audience are old enough to know about TeamSpeak, but before Discord, the voice chat was done on TeamSpeak. Apparently they're having problems lately with their servers running out of capacity with the flood of new people joining. Come on, stupid diagonal nudge. Yeah, I mourn the loss of good forums. I mean, I spend too much time on Reddit, so I think Reddit is probably a good written community stuff, although because it's the way it is more public than a private forum would be. Yeah, TeamSpeak is the future. But you know, Reddit doesn't have the voice chat feature that a lot of people use on Discord, so there is a Satisfactory VR subreddit, And basically I just created it so I can post mod updates there, if anyone is interested in tracking mod updates. But I post mod updates on the Flat to VR Discord, I post it on my Patreon if anyone follows me there, and I post it on Reddit, and I post it on various other places as well, so usually it's pretty easy to get an update if I do a mod update release. Oh, missed the top one. No, did get it through. Hooray! There's no regulations on Reddit, like Reddit is a lot more unregulated open than other platforms. Yeah, they hide certain stuff under requiring a login. So it's not as anonymous, and there have been similar issues with people proof of identity on Reddit. I have not had to prove my age on Reddit, probably because my Reddit account is probably 18 years old. Or close enough. But yeah, there's some very grey subreddits and communities on there. I mean, the worst of the worst got shut down. Man, doing this kind of stuff without nudge, the hoops you had to jump through, it's possible. We used to do it, but nudge makes stuff like that so much easier. You still have to fiddle with beams and pillars and stuff, but nudge makes it so much easier. There is no Skype. Well, that's probably a good thing. Let's all go to Microsoft Teams. That has like groups and chats and voice chat and stuff. Okay, well we've got an outline of a building. I feel in the middle here we should at least have like just a vertical slab of concrete lining up with the other side, just to give it some symmetry, and say this side of the building has support. Right through the tree. Coffee is not connected to my Twitch? Oh. I've been meaning to. Did you actually donate on Coffee? If you did, that is awesome. If not, well, thanks for following my Coffee. Kofi, or however you pronounce it. No, I do need to integrate some of those things a bit better. Sometimes I forget I've got them though. Does this tree go or does it stay? I'm going to leave it there and leave it clipped, because I might redesign this. Because I could do like a little atrium area in here around the tree perhaps, if I wanted something a bit different. Actually, I did say I was going to keep that tree, didn't I? Or was it a different tree? You can't post links in chat, but it will self-destruct, but I will get an email about it and I will follow up on it later. Thank you very much.
I admire your optimism, Dippy VR, but you only get a participation award this time round. Azure Ren was the winner. In fact, you were in position 15. Better luck next time.
Hey Dippy, how's it going? You got a bit more to catch up there? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Do I tree or do I not tree? This is a nice big tree that would be easy to build around because it's not conflicting with anything yet. You're alive! And so is your giant plastic rubber factory I finished yesterday. Nice! We had someone earlier in the chat was mentioning they were using my recycled rubber plastic setup and were doing 1,600 a minute of each. It's like, well, I'm doing like a lot less than that. But then again, I have power restrictions, so I'm trying to keep my production low. Did we name a building for you yesterday? Oh, okay. Is there an Ada voice on 11 Labs or something? The Ada voice is one of the Google standard TTS voices. Yes. Yeah, I think if you actually do a web search for Ada TTS voice, you'll find instructions. But yeah, it's just one of the old school Google TTS voices, which makes doing lots of fun Twitch prompts dynamically pretty straightforward. You know, I spent ages doing this bloody tree border the other day, so I'm going to use it. Every tree is going to have a nice border around it, or else. There, you can live for now. You just wait. I've got a chainsaw here somewhere. There. Arrgh. I think this little tree here can go. Although that might not be in the way of the wall. I should make this platform in the tree thing just a smidge taller, so when you clip through it like this, it doesn't Z fight like Billy-O or get overwritten. $800 oil to 2,000 rubber and 1,600 plastic. Nice! Yeah, that should be enough for the rest of the game, as long as you don't go too overpowered. Albert DeBoy, g'day, g'day, how are you going? There's a gap of 1 meter there. it hurts like never before and your space broke. Oh no. What happened? Yeah, I think I usually use more plastic than rubber. So far in this save, it's more rubber than plastic, but we have a whole single factory that is using the rubber so far. So we are still very early game here. And our plastics and rubber factory is going to be scaled up to be huge later on, or at least much bigger than it is currently now. But given the power constraints I'm working with, maybe I'll hold off. I'm trying to hold off upgrading my plastic and rubber until I get blenders, because once I get blenders, the diluted fuel is going to be a lot easier to do. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love my diluted fuel, packaged fuel blueprint, but blenders are a bit more compact. We can knock that tree down and keep this one as a little grassy atrium. I don't know. Stupid trees trying to make me decide whether they live or die. Yeah, I do want to. Okay, let's chop over these mushrooms and see if the tree dies too. Roulette time, tree. The tree lives. For now. What about adding power matrix and all energy? That's very late game. I'm on phase 3. I have coal power. Admittedly, I could build fuel power, but I am trying to do a no fuel power save playthrough, because if I do fuel power, it's going to turn into rocket fuel, and I will never do nuclear. And I've never done nuclear before, so I'm forcing myself to do nuclear by not even unlocking the fuel milestone. Come on, put the foundation there, damn it. Could probably do that there, block off that mushroom. Oh. But we will, there is a pile more geothermal we can get. And when I do the nuclear, I've been planning on doing it segment-wise, so I can start 3 generators at a time, kind of bring on separate wings of the nuclear at once. So, yeah, our power grid is not big at the moment. I'm also designing factories that are low power, so you won't find any pure copper, pure, wet concrete, none of that, no refineries where possible. I'm trying to keep power use down low. And really, you don't need pure recipes unless you're going for supermax resources, and this is not a supermax resource playthrough. This is let's actually do some architecture playthrough, and let's not do too many things so our VR frame rate remains stable playthrough. You know, this would line up better if it was in the middle. It would look neater. But that's not lined up in the middle down there. Or is it? I think it is. Oh, that's handy. I wonder if I planned that however many sessions ago. can work with this. It does mean chopping down that tree, but there's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. You cannot put these holes directly on the side of a foundation, but you can put them on a wall and then delete the wall. Finish supports and decorations for everything regarding the power plant, but unironically is processing the entire bauxite of the match. I think you mentioned the massive bauxite build that you're doing. Now this tree's got to go. I've saved too many trees, sorry. Your buddies will remember you. If I can lock onto you. There we go. Timber! You know, I'm never going to get a Mark IV worth of crystal oscillators. In fact, I don't know if I'm ever going to get more than a Mark I of crystal oscillators. Then again, we are doing nearly a half a Mark I, so I guess potentially we could do more than one. Yeah, let's go Mark II. Now this was at a different height. I think it's too grassy to drop down another meter though. Given that we've got grass peeking through here, I think that would be a bit tufty. This belt should be full. Is that really empty just because I cut supply for a short period of time? If it is, this will saturate it and we'll be fine. If not, do I have supply issues? We'll come back later. We'll figure it out later. You know, I'm tempted to run this all the way across here and do lots of holes.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
really pitch black, lightless hole, there's a good strong contrast on the white. Short of redoing this entire thing, that will do for now. I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, I think I might just do walls of glass in between, maybe with an extra pillar every now and again. However, I do need to take a bio break, and Ada wants me to take a bio break and an ad break. And it's nearly 11 o'clock actually. I'm still good for a bit longer though, but I think we will, yeah, we'll go a bit longer. That's darker. That floor color is darker. Just let me get distracted. That's more of a match. Okay. I mean, it's darker out here, but that's intentional. In here, it's the original light color. Did mention that, however, he's since then plugged and utilized the actual 100% on the map, pressing it all into casings and sheets. That much. Oh yes, that would be a lot of casings and sheets using that much. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thanks for watching. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. It's be the last segment, I think, before the end of the night, since it's getting pretty late. We are in the Titan Forest. Do I have my mic on? What is that meter? Yes. Line goes bounce. We are slapping down slabs of concrete to try and get a reasonable looking building structure. We are using white because we are trying to use white, and yeah, it's not looking too bad. The trick is to make the white less white by putting stuff in it. That power line is going to move. That's right, I remember last time saying that power line is going to move. Well, we've got a wall to attach it to now, so again, let's put a new line that is not going to be permanent, but is going to be better than the line that's there currently, which was just a very temporary one. And it won't reach. Damn it! It's going to reach anywhere along here? It could reach over there, really? Again, not permanent, but it'll do for now, and it's neater than what is there. And it may actually be there permanent, because we know temporary is usually good for 6 years. Okay, because we don't have a lot of time, I'm going to slap down some temporary windows. Good for 6 years. Just to fill in these spaces and make this kind of look more like a factory. Don't know where I'm going to stick a door yet. There will be a walkway out to this area. Let's go with the good old hexagon is the bestagon window. Beamer, good morning, how are you? This doesn't have a zoom direction. So let's bump it back. And we're just going to do windows. I think we're just going to do walls and walls of windows. Although, if we come from this side, we will not have a space in the middle. Because I was thinking of putting a beam in the middle. But there is an even number, not odd one. Can I stand on the mushroom? I can. Because it would be nice to have something like this to break it up a bit. Except that's not going to fit unless we pull it all down. And we put it like that, and then we put a metal beam in the corner here. That will bring it out by a couple of meters either side. So not only does it give it a bit more depth and break it up, it allows us to fit 2 windows symmetrically in the middle. That is pretty cool. I'm happy with that. At least as far as a quick solution for this time of night. Oops, I'm going to get trapped in. No, there's no doors. How am I going to get out? Did you mention that? Have you since then plugged in and utilized? I think you already said that. Yes, you did already say that. And it's pressing it all into casings and sheets. Yes. Okay, this bit was the bit where we weren't quite sure we were doing with the trees. Let's just chuck windows down here for now. And figure out the rest later. Although my nice spacing problem is probably going to be not a match on this side. Let's remove those. And how thick is that rock? One, two. Oh, okay. That actually covers the rock quite nicely. Yes, I did read it. I actually responded and said that was a heck of a lot of casings and sheets. White concrete with metal beams is a good standard look. Yes, yeah. The metal beams in general help break up any of these sorts of spaces. Now the question is, how far is the middle point? One, two. So the middle point here we have 9 across, so I've actually got a middle point here, which should probably be there. Question is that going to be an even number of windows like the front, which nicely fit, or is it going to be odd? No, I wanted the zoop. That's not a zoop. That's not going to fill the gap. That's not terrible, and this is at least not the front of the building, so I'm just going to go with it for now. The other thing we could do is we could overlap into the metal beams. How would that look? Yeah, I'm not so keen on that. Like, if we do a half nudge, that would be better. Again, probably overthinking it for this time of night, so I'm just going to go with this. And again, I'll probably come back and fiddle with this and redo it all again. Like a big metal pillar. Yeah, I had thought about doing a metal pillar in the middle. That's usually what I do for this sort of thing. And it would be wide enough, yes. And that actually does line up with the hexes. Yeah, that'll work. Running the count with 2.5 millions per second points to sync. Cool. Have you got the golden nut yet? You should have the golden nut in no time with that kind of throughput. Waiting for 1.2. 1.2 is probably a few months away still, I reckon. So we're going to need a similar thing. This should be the same spacing on this side, or did I stuff up the spacing? No, it's the same. Let's just keep with this theme as we go around. Where's that big stinger? Is he back yet? I mean, we'll probably have a back door here, access so that people can go out, and there'll be other factories beyond here later on, so we'll need some kind of transport to get from each area to each other area. Now, across the top here we have... That's 4, okay. So again, we're going to have an overlap in the middle if we line it up with the pillars. That should keep the blighter out for a while. Here I might actually bring this concrete across here. Big stretch through here, and now we've complicated it by having a half foundation at one end. Seven, but not really 7 because of that pillar. Oh, that's a bit further down than I was expecting. Oh. Or it'll just fit perfectly. I mean, I could put a pillar sort of in the middle and divide it. Let's leave it at that for now. It's kind of a back window. It's not really a priority. The tree area I'm going to leave because I'm going to go do kind of an atrium curve around the back of it when we get to it. Hexagons are the bestigons. Yep, that is the mantra. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I thought I was in zoom mode. I've gone a little bit crazy with the hexagon windows in this particular playthrough, I must admit. But you know, they're a new window. They were added in 1.1, so and still new and exciting. Okay, that actually worked out pretty well. You know what? I'm going to delete you. I do not need a bit of rubble there. Might have a walkway coming from that way, and this might be the entry point over this side, actually. And then we can have a walkway over there that kind of drops down to the side or has raised platform walkways around. Does this mean I'm doing another stream of this blasted factory and its architecture? Maybe I'll take it offline. Because I could be here for a very long time with these. It's just going to get worse with the bigger factories. Unless I optimize what I'm building. 6. One of these days, I'll actually stick some lights in these factories as well. Wow, I completely got that out of the wrong place, didn't I? That is not the center. That's better. I thought it was only supposed to be 2 windows across, not 3. And that I was right. Oh, no, that should be in zoop mode. Now we have the problem with this factory. Absolutely no doors. I'm trapped. Right, end of stream. That's a bit too hairy there for a door. Stupid grass. Okay, we kind of do need to be up at this height. You know what? I'm just going to chuck a door here. What is the time? Yeah, it's time for door chucking. Can't stay up too late tonight. You know what? I'm just going to make a little side door. Well, no, that's why the back half where the poison sting is hanging out is well, almost completely walled off. If he was smart enough, there's still some gaps at the top and he could get over the roof. But there is a poison stinger that lives out in the backyard here. I had that problem with my Versatile Frameworks factory, actually, is there was a pesky stinger who was hanging around, and he would jump scaring me each time, and like each time I would build bigger walls and things to keep him out, and then he'd jump over the fence and go, surprise, right in the middle of some peaceful factory building. Okay, that is progress. I think I'm going to leave it there for tonight. I still don't know what I'm going to do with the top half. It will probably be a more compact line, maybe with half foundation. So we do some half foundation borders around here to project upwards. So down below you've got more space and more walkways, but as you go higher up the factory, that way later on we can like build these up into the sky. Can't get on top, there we go. And I can just keep building as high as I want to go. Bing, bang, bang. Go as high. And then we can tower above the Titan trees. So we didn't do anything with the station tonight. But what we have accomplished tonight is we've chucked some walls on the crystal oscillator factory. It's a pretty imposing factory. Got some decent lines there to break up the stark white. A bit of an interesting roof line, so it's not all uniform. Pretty happy with how that turned out overall. Again, it's not earth-shattering, not going to win any design awards, but I'm pretty happy with it. And over here we have the computer factory, which now has some racing stripes. Just add a bit of texture to it. And we found out that decals can work on diagonals. Not that it's a particularly exciting decal, but it just adds a little bit more colour to it. Maybe I'll put some signs or something else to break it up, but I think at least these black lines help cut through the white and make it pop a bit more. I do need to stick some Vestagon windows on this side of the factory as well. I don't want to leave this open plan as such. Especially with those drooling hogs down there trying to spoil our plans, and a friendly, not so poison stinger hiding in his cage there. We also did an entryway into the storage area, which wasn't too hard in the end and came out pretty nicely. Bit of a ramp up. And you can access your crystal oscillators, and your circuit boards, and your computers. And eventually other stuff when we build other factories here. Now I do want to have a walkway from here into the train station. Yeah, so I'll probably actually square off this side and have it connect up with the train station, so this is more of a passenger entry place. Got the Stinger spawning mod working, by the way. Ooh, it was more funny than scary. Stingers got stuck on top of refineries. All right. You can't tell it to spawn on open ground. I do remember a similar mod was not as much of a challenge as you might think when whole piles of mobs were spawned in. Usually the streamer just went, oh yeah, right, and then just painstakingly killed them all and carried on. It's an interesting concept though. Okay, so yeah, train station does need something to break up the white. It is slabs of white, so maybe I'll put similar racing stripes on it, up along here and up in the middle here. Actually, that would work pretty well, because if the stripes are along here, and you've still got the lines of the roof, that actually might fit well. So that's probably an easier enhancement. And then we have the circuit boards factory, which I could do similar to the computer factory. I know the crystal oscillators, I could do sort of thicker beams up the side to put a bit more break in it. But I did originally have metal poles here, and it looked a bit meh. Although it actually looks okay around the side. I've still got the metal poles there. But it's almost like you don't see the glass here. It's just sort of open poles. So it looks good here, but it didn't look good at the front of the factory for some reason. Maybe I need hexagon windows in here as well instead of the clear glass. Or at least it probably needs something across the middle here to break it up a bit. Okay, let's go hijack a train. Actually, let me check. I'm curious if we've actually got crystal oscillators coming through here yet. Circuit boards. Yay, we have crystal oscillators. So there will only be crystal oscillators coming through here once the computers are fully saturated and the storage and the depot are all fully saturated. Then any spare crystal oscillators will come through to this train and get delivered elsewhere. But we're not producing many excess at the moment. So if we have a production hiccup, then crystal oscillators is the first thing to not come out the other end. Okay. Let's head on home. Yeah, let's ignore the red signal. I mean, how likely am I to catch up with the other train? Problem is that this is a long stretch and I haven't put any signals along here. That's why it's red. That was a train whistle. There was a steam whistle in there. Ow, I should stop tapping it and hold it longer. Say hello to the stingers. This is green at least, so I'm not going to get side plowed. I'm just going to stop off here and see how our crystal oscillator supply is. I need to prune the trees through here as well. It's a little bit overgrown through here. Kyle's children. OMG, I had no idea Satisfactory VR was a thing. Yes, Satisfactory VR is a thing. You are on YouTube. If you want to know more about the mod, check the description in the YouTube video link, and there'll be a link to the mod there. So now we do have coming in here crystal oscillators. Oh yeah, it's building up pretty nicely. Now we should have full circuit boards, full computers, which means anything else coming through here is going to go into the dual sinks. VR, when I hopped into Big Truck, I was inside the non-existent interior. Is there a mod for this? There is a mod for the Big Truck. It's called Vehicle Interiors? No. First Person Vehicles, I think it is called. Which is largely useless in VR because it puts first person mode into the Explorer and the tractor, and the cart, which the VR mod already does that because it's just a positional thing. But it also adds clear windows into the truck, and the VR mod will pick up on that and it will stick you inside the truck cockpit. But it's not detailed like the train one unless they've done an update. It is very bare bones, so it is literally just bare grey inside the truck. So it's not as interesting. It's by the same person, but like the train interior, it's fantastic. Like all this detail here that they've put in, it's just a banging job, and it's amazing. Whereas the truck one last I checked was very bland. It was just basically first-person truck. But you shouldn't get that unless you've got the mod installed, Dippy. Yeah, so if you have the first-person vehicles mod installed, that's why VR will stick you in the first-person perspective by default. You can press, I think it's B, to switch to a third-person view, though. Hey, doggos. George's been hunting hogs. Lassie's got some nuts. Nice nuts, Lassie. Now we use pipes. He's got some frames. Who are we missing? 3 over there. I have an unhealthy obsession with the water extractor. Skippy's got some rods. Stu's got some plates, and there's one doggo up the back. You all come this way. So I can distract you, and then I can leap over here. Scratch! Ooh, pulse novice Scratch. Very nice. I think Scratch was my first doggo I tamed in this playthrough. Yes, the big truck is just unfinished, yeah. So if you don't like it, just uninstall first-person vehicles because the rest of the vehicles already have first-person in VR. It's just that one adds the windows, so it works with the big truck. But the train one is French kiss? Chef's kiss. Don't French kiss the train. So yes, Carl's Children. I have to log out now, but I usually stream at this time, or you can check my YouTube channel for more information and an install guide for the Satisfactory VR mod. I am the mod author, so if you do have any questions, you can ask in the video comments or come back next Friday and Saturday. I'll be streaming sort of this time of the day, which I think if your US is early morning, for Europe it's kind of midday-ish, afternoon-ish. I am on the west coast of Australia and it is 11:14 and a bit PM. So it is very late and I need to get some sleep because I am fighting a cosmic horror in the astral sea. We're partway through the battle and it is not going well. Oh look, the sun's going down. Click. Yes, Twitch people, I will see if there's someone to raid out to. YouTube people, have a good night and I will see you in the next stream. Thanks very much everyone for watching. Actually, gotta do this so you all witness. I'm saving the game. Oh, why don't we gonna hold this one? More balls. Because that's much shorter than typing crystal oscillator architecture. Did that actually save? Save. There we go. Right. Done. Thanks very much, everyone. All right, taking off the headset. Saying goodbye to YouTube. Oh, Frack's in at the last second. A bit late to the party today, but ready for the raid.